Hello everybody. How y'all doing? Well, let's get back into here. Hi! How y'all going? I don't have my controller plugged in. I see a Maddie and a Drift dropped in here already. Good morning, afternoon. There we go. Hi, Lian. Hi, Maddie. Spreading lies as always as soon as you enter chat, but that's okay. I still appreciate you. How are you both doing? It's gonna be time for some more Vivid Stasis soon. Happy since the art I made is good? Fucking good job, good on ya. No, I'm not, Butter. No. No. No, the art you made was wonderful, Maddie. I love seeing, like, the plural, like, you know, self-love. It's heckin' awesome. Because, like, that's a large part of that journey is learning to be comfy with yourself in that way. Alright, so since last time, I ended up practicing actually quite a bit in between streams. I spent a few hours trying to unlock the opening difficulty of that one boss track. And oh boy, my brain was expanding. So, but I eventually ended up getting it. I eventually ended up getting it with the help of my darling Lily starting to, or like watching me play. And I got the confidence boost. Alright, let me go ahead and put the linky in the content ping because StreamCord doesn't do it automatically for me for some reason. I don't know why I don't do that. Okay, there we go. So now the ping is gone out. Now let's go ahead and get sent into the game proper. I got a hair tie today, one without the metal, and my hair is not falling out of my ponytail all day. Yo! Heckin' awesome, Mads. Also, I was playing in a windowed mode earlier, which is why it loaded up like this. I'm gonna go ahead and swap that to full screen. There we go. And I did have it. I did turn my volume up. To try to see better what was going on. Let me see. Is that audio balance okay? I want to make sure folks can still hear me. The problem with my scrunchie is that it's not tight enough. My hair keeps spilling out. Even if you like kind of like double over a few times. I mean, I've always had to do that. I've had to like run my ponytail through like a few times. You know how to like twist it in, right? I should go ahead and like... I'm pretty sure I could get new stuff for what is it I need? I think I need a bunch of defense. And speed. There we go. We'll start with this. Audio good? Thank you. I appreciate that. We're gonna start with this just to like play around a little bit because this was silly. I don't know why this is here, but we got it. Knight Merit, level 10? Okay, never mind. I might not have the stats for that. I don't particularly feel like using time on it if it's not gonna work out. Alright, so last time I got my first V rank. On the level 2 opening track here. I needed to get that so I could have all 10 gems. All of this accumulated into like a few hours of trying to practice. Eventually got SS for like a rank 8 here. I spent so long on Candy Cracker. I eventually barely got like 6 out of 10 on this. Got a rank B. Yeah. Kamasachi is very much more idle game section of this game. Absolutely. Okay. You know, I agree with that. Yeah, I should show, I think, at least one of the tracks that I was practicing. And I can stand to do a little bit better on this anyway. I want to show it at least once through to kind of show. I ended up, I think I improved a lot. Also, this track is like oddly satisfying. Hehehe. I still struggle with that bit right at the end, but I get a lot more of those notes than I used to. Oh, I even beat my old record. Oh my gosh. Lian missed a note. I guess she's no, that's not what that means. Not at all. Oh my goodness. I gained a gem from that. Okay. Rest really does help improve your skills a lot. It's weird how much, like, suddenly it feels like your brain is keeping up when it wasn't before, and it feels like you didn't really change much of anything. But yeah, we finally unlocked the opening difficulty. Now, I can't imagine trying to unlock middle at this point. Like, I haven't grown that much, but I've made progress. When replaying some songs, I found I really struggle with speed changes. My head just can't handle them. I have to do it very, very incrementally. I eventually worked up to scroll speed 7 or 8 on a lot of these songs. I still, like, bump down on some of the songs. But I feel like it's always a balancing act, right? Because, like, sometimes you need the scroll speed to be slow enough to actually see what you're looking at. To actually, like, see that something is coming in the first place. And then other times you need to turn the scroll speed up to stretch them far enough apart from each other. You can, like, see everything that they're doing. Extreme, hello! I was hoping you'd come back. Because, like, we did unlock, or I unlocked opening after, like, several hours of practice last night. Progress? Progesterone reference? Yo. Let me see. I needed to get the other tab open. I still haven't unlocked the middle difficulty in this one? Ooh. Okay. But yeah, no. So, y'all might recall, last time, I started the prelude difficulty of this, because I'm like, well, maybe we'll just go forward, and, like, I will, come back to do more of this stuff later. And then, like, the song had us doing so few notes that I just wasn't feeling it. And so, yeah, I went back in between streams. I have gotten a lot better. I have unlocked, opening. And now we're gonna get ready to continue. Now, I am probably gonna need to turn the scroll speed down at least 1. I'm gonna be unfamiliar with this. Okay, now this actually feels like gameplay. Ooh.
Can you still hear the song of the cosmos?
I am entranced. Not gonna lie, I kind of adore all like the weird screen effects and junk. Okay. So Lian's gotten so good. Thank you so much. No, I feel like going back and making sure I unlocked at least opening, that was the right call. That was absolutely the right call. I'm so glad I did that. Opening actually starts the middle variant of this song. All difficulties are shifted down by 1 in the selection. Yeah! I never really know what to do with my scroll speed, lol. I typically stick it around 12 or 14, but it took a while of incrementing to get up to that. Eventually, I'll get to that. Is it the chronostasis? Whoa. Created a miracle. TBO. Okay, I wanted to get the high amp music out so I could actually talk. But yeah, no. Unlocking that difficulty was absolutely required. I felt so much more in the moment. And like, in the end, I kind of like what those unlock requirements does, because it really, it's a preservation of the first play experience, right? It's making sure that you definitely don't, select a difficulty that you're not ready for. So like, you can, it definitely, makes it so that like, you can be in the moment as a first time experience and like, fully immerse yourself rather than having to worry about the difficulty so much. Like, I understand it in the end, but oh boy, it was hard to unlock that. I stick around scroll speed 8. Scroll speed like 7 or 8-ish is feeling comfortable right now. I'm sure I'll get faster as they go along. Alright. Been a while. It feels like ages since last time. I've grown so much. Yeah, I feel like the lower end of the difficulty scale, 1 or 2, are so dull. Yeah, no. It was so few buttons that, like, it felt like I wasn't really playing. And, like, that's why I felt like I had to bail. And I'm glad I did. Alright. Yes. Only a miracle could save us now. A blessing from a higher power. A gift from the heavens itself. Whatever form it may take. As I sat here, observing, all I could do was pray for a miracle. Those were my last thoughts as Cycle 8 ended, and Cycle 9 began. It wouldn't be until Cycle 16 that we would get that far into the narrative again, and it played out the exact same way as it had 8 cycles prior. This is when my theory of patterns was confirmed. I suppose, before we continue from the decided to the undecided, I should finally introduce myself. Thus far, I've been the storyteller of this particular tale. My name is Saturday Tassogare. It's nice to finally meet you, Lian. Of course, you shouldn't bother trying to respond. Communication between meta layers is primitive at best, so setting up this message to place, should you have made it through both the Schrodinger cycle and between space, is the best I could do. I'm genuinely sorry for that. Ah, there I go again. Rambling on about cycles and whatnot. If you've come this far, you've seen at least some of the answers hidden in the cracks of the story about what's really going on here. Between the Duskbreaker, the simulated reality, the cycles, and even the idea of the meta layers. I can't imagine any of this was easy to wrap your head around. But thank you for your patience. Everything you've seen up to now has been an accumulation of sorts. I've dubbed it the Schrodinger cycle. Have you ever heard of that famous experiment? The one with the box and the cat? If so, then you've probably figured out why I've decided to call it that. Yes, this was not one particular cycle, but a storyline weaved together from the major bullet points of every previous cycle. That's why there was, like, that discrepancy between Chio driving and being a, like, public transport, enthusiast. It was, like, a heckin' smash cut of, like, a different storylines. Okay. Saturday Jessica already know available as circle. Saturday is an orb now. Yep, Saturday be an orb, I guess. And if you've come here, then we can finally end it and set ourselves on the path to ending the cycles for good. TVO, or the Vivid Stasis Operation, all of this accumulated storyline, everything was set up to create this moment, and to allow what needs to happen next to be possible. It is, by definition, I stated in the narration of episode 22, the blessing needed to create the miracle. You are the fourth dimension. You are the heavens. You are the higher power. And the Vivid Stasis operation is more or less my formal request for your power to break the pre-established rules of this narrative, and to create a future that allows us to end all this. Oh my gosh, it's another meta-narrative! Ah, of course, Saturday, let's go! To leave the Duskbreaker. I'm sure there's still many questions you wish to ask me. Who is the Saturday you've been following if I'm her? Are the World Keeper and Liberator also Saturday? What was the severance of emotion? The answers to these will come in time, I promise. But for now, if we don't focus on the situation unfolding presently, our chance to forever change our fates will fly by. This is the end of the Schrodinger cycle. From here on out, you'll follow the current ongoing cycle. Cycle 8266. The World Keeper is about to more or less checkmate the Liberator. This happens every time you reach this far into the narrative, and the cycle resets each time. This is our one and only chance to bring forth this miracle and finally change things. Still, even with all this, we don't know that your miracle will make things better. It could prove to alter little at all. But I've spent all this time preparing this for a reason. And that's because I'm not afraid of taking that chance anymore. I'm done running away. Now and forever. It's time to make a miracle. The chime of a clock woke Dawn from stasis. Between space level 1? Midnight? It was a chime she'd heard many times, but it was also a chime she'd never heard in any cycle prior. The chime of midnight. November 20th, 2022. What? Standing up, Dawn looked around. Immediately, she recognized the strange scenery around her. Lian getting turned into a god, one-shot reference? You only have one shot, Lian. I'm gonna make it count, I swear. Freeze frame? But when did I... She had seen this kind of scenery many times before. It appeared to her when she tried to thwart what were known as cycle locks, challenges to Saturday's life caused by either the Duskbreaker or the World Keeper, respectively. During this process, Dawn would freeze the state of the narrative and enter the space, solving some kind of problem to make it out. It was a visual process she developed to liken solving a life or death scenario to solving an escape room, but she had never before seen this particular configuration. I don't understand. How is it November 20th? It's never... I've never... Confused by many things, Dawn shook her head and moved over to the computer she usually used to try to get a grip on what had happened. If I had a nickel every time Lian got turned into a goddess by the game's meta-narrative, I'd have 2 nickels. Which is not that many, but it's odd that it's happened twice. Ah, so the World Keeper still had me in a near-death situation. But this time... How did Freeze Frame get activated? It was currently the 8266th cycle, and this had not once happened. Dawn was in shock, but quickly realized the situation and how advantageous it was. The life or death situation is... It's me. Then, if I solve this puzzle room, will things change? Of course, there was no way to check this theory other than to give it a shot. Still clearly confused and on edge, Dawn sturdied herself and tried to regain her composure. Okay, let's try to figure this out. A miracle I really hope that's true. The story remains unfinished! Oh? What's all this then? Is this the final landing? This matches the room we were just in, except instead of songs here, it's just a bunch of pedestals. What the heck? Oh. So... I had orb. Oh! Oh, I see. Okay. We're doing this again. Alright. One of these locks. Okay. If I put it in the wrong place... Yeah, okay. It's what I thought. Puzzle jump scare. Okay. In which case, let's go ahead and place these on here so we have everything unlocked. I'm gonna have to solve each of these pieces. Alright, let's start with this first area I finished last time. Right, so... we're gonna have to go back to, Obsidian mode. Alright, let me collapse all these. Swap to this. Alright. Vivid stasis notes. Okay, so... not this puzzle again. I never did the puzzles in my playthrough because I suck at them. I like solving the puzzles. Though I do scratch my noodle sometimes. So, we have two different vehicle symbols here. It's like a car and like a train. It must be talking about speed, I guess. Alright, so a person goes 10 units. There's 5 people in a car. There's 2 people in, I'm gonna guess, a train, although I'm not quite sure that's right. So, this is gonna be another one of those, like, mod 26 things. Let me put some music on so we have, like, a little bit more to work with here. Alright, so... and we have red and blue. If it follows the same pattern as last time, then let me see here. I think, if I remember right, red is like addition. Voyager Golden Vinyl be like, right? I'd be here till the heat death of the universe, still trying to solve even the first puzzle. You might want to add the photosensitivity warning. Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Alright. So we start with 50. If we take a mod 26, that changes from 50 to 24. Which translates to, I believe that's a Y? No, that's an X. Alright. Let's shift this over to the side a little bit. Now we need to add 20. Which goes to 44 if we mod 26. That should be 26. See? The blue actually only comes into play. I have a feeling that for Chompsably it's not adding together each time. I'll do both. Just to check against both. So if it doesn't add together each time, then it's just 20. Which would be... Oh. My entire gaming and arting today, if I had a fan point blank next to me to stay slightly cooler. Yeah, no, I'm really glad my unit is in a basement. Alright, so... 10 minus 100. So minus 100. Or no. Yeah, that's minus 90. If I subtract 90 from that, $30 would be negative 4. So I just add 60 onto that. Negative 64. Which mod 26 is minus 52, which is 12. L. If I interpret it the other way, it's just negative 90. Which mod 26 is 26, 52, 78. Which would also be 12. Also, tomorrow there's a 73.333 repeating chance I'll be able to buy my Fumo. Praying for you, Maddie. Alright, so... 30. If we add 30 to this... it'd be 18. Is R. Adding 30 in this case end up with the same thing. Been waiting for a heckin' year? I'm sorry, Manny. Let's see. 20 minus 50, that's negative 30. Oh wait, no, I did that correctly this time. Actually. If it's just 30, then it means mod should go to 4, which would be D. Alright. That's the first 4 letters. Now, 5th one. Positive 20, negative 50. That's 30 again. Negative 30. Which should go back to negative 12 here. Make that a bit more visible. Another L. Negative 30. 26 to be D again. Let's see. 10 minus 20 is negative 10. That'd be negative 24 up on the first method. Which would be X. Minus 10. Smart and cute legit. No. Absolutely not. What's 10? J. No, I can be clever sometimes. I'm just not cute. Clearly, if you just say that phrase, then the puzzle will be solved. No. Hink puzzle. I'm trying. Let's see. 20. 50, 50. It's 120. So, mod 26, that's 52, 104, 120 minus 104, which is 16. Which if we add it onto the previous one, then becomes negative 8. 16. Does the puzzle hink her? That's Lily's job. What's 8? H. And 16 is P. I have a feeling neither of these are right. $80. Plus 80 would be 72. Which would mod 26 into 20. Which is T. Yeah, these are both looking like gibberish so far. Um... 80 mod 26 is 5278. So 2. B. And then we're showing half a car. That's 25. So they put 45 up here. Mod 26 make it 19. S. 25 would make it Y, I believe. Uh, 10 plus 50 is 60. 79. Mod 26. Be 1. A. $60 mod 26 would be 8. H. I wonder if you finished the game today? I don't believe so. I have a feeling there's a lot more to this game than we've unlocked so far. Alright, so 10 plus 20 which is 30 minus 50, that's negative 20, plus 10, that's negative 10, plus 25, that's 15 divided by 50? I feel like you'll make good progress, but you definitely won't beat it today. That's what I thought. Like, cause like, there's so much more to this that we haven't, like, figured out yet. Also, do you plan on playing the post-game content or not? If there is post-game content, I guess it depends on what it is. Like, if there's a plot to it, or, like, cool, like, little story nods, like, I'll definitely play it. I like being very completionist with games. Also, this does not make sense, because we end up with a fraction here. 15 by 50? I'm missing something here. Because, like, depending on interpretation, that is either 3/10 or 1/2. I don't know how you get a letter from that. If you want to know story stuff, then 100% go for the post-game content. There's quite a bit of interesting stuff there, then absolutely. Okay, so I'm misunderstanding something about this. Let me see if, where's Shrine Report? Escape room? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Don't forget how the original Carman puzzle worked. The original Carman puzzle had a clock. Do I need to bring back that same clock? Surely that isn't right. Does this have a picture for, like, the second clock? Here it is. The division is what's throwing me off. The addition is always red. Okay, see, I thought that was correct. I wonder if I need to go by the same clock. I don't have to do that to prove my uncuteness. You know I'm in the middle of hecking Brainbuster, like, puzzle things. How dare you, girl? That division is throwing me off. Like, what do I do with that? Like, they had to put the dividing line. It's standard procedure? It's standard procedure that you just made up. I don't have to play by your rules. My gosh. Not while I'm busy trying to do other puzzles, folks. How dare. Okay. So, neither of those are it, I don't think. That turned out gibberish. Let me put this up here. I'm gonna start... I need a dividing line. I'm gonna start putting new puzzles at the top. Everyone has done it at least once before. You're lucky you've gone this long without being asked to do it. No one else has done that. Not for that particular purpose. You're making things up. No, it's not, Drip John. Oh my gosh. How dare. Okay, so... if I take 50... mod 12. That makes it 2 o'clock. That'd be E. 20 mod 12 would be 8, 6, 7, 8 S. 10 minus 100 is negative 90. Mod 12 is negative 4. So it's either O, depending on how this is arranged, or... 1, 2, 3, 4, or S. But yeah, no, y'all can't just, like, pile, like, a bunch of tasks on me while I'm already busy. Y'all have me, like, sitting there doing, like, silly nonsense instead of actually playing the game. For the entirety of stream. No. Render those logic traps invalid. Yo. Alright, let's see. 30. Mod 12. 6. R. Negative 30. Yeah, Yeah, negative 30. Mod 12. Negative 30 mod 12. Negative 6. Another R. Negative 10 is either S or E. Uh, 20, 50, 50, 120 mod 12 is 0? Which would be B. $80 mod 20 is 8. Which would be S. $25 mod 12 would be 1, which is C. $60 mod 12 would be 0. So B again. This is looking like more gibberish. We might have just realized where we got the idea for a single tuft of different color hair for Batty's design from. Ooh. Now, this still presents a problem, because it's 10, 30, negative 20, negative 10, positive 15 divided by 50. Got the idea from a cute lizard girl's design. Well, I can't imagine who you could have gotten it from then, because it definitely wouldn't be me then. Alright, I don't think using that clock is the answer. There's something about this that I'm missing. I'm gonna put that one down for now. Because that one is confusing me. Perhaps I'll get an inkling of what's going on from the other ones. Right. This thing. So... Actually, no. I have a different method for chomps. So, let's do the same thing I was doing before. Instead of doing mod 26 each time, I will do a running tally and then mod 26 all the items. So, 50 plus 20 is 70. Plus 10 minus 100 would be negative 20. Plus 30 is 10. Oh, not what I meant to do. There we go. Minus 30 is negative 20 again. Minus 10 is negative 30. Plus 120, which is 90. Plus 80, which is 170. Plus 25, which is 195. Plus 15 divided by 50? I feel like that would work so much better if it happened to be plus 5. 10, 30, minus 20, negative 20, negative 10, plus 25. Maybe I did the math wrong? Okay, Lian, which was harder? The entirety of this game combined versus the choice in one shot? Those are difficult for entirely different reasons. Guys, I feel like we're turning into a scenic pond right now. No, please, no. Not the scenic pond. Okay, 50, 70. Minus 90 is 120. Or minus 90 is negative 20. Plus 30 is 10. Minus 30 is negative 20 again. Minus 10, negative 30. Plus 120. That's 90. Plus 80, that's 170. Plus 25, that's 195. Oh, right, okay. Plus 60. It's 255. That still doesn't make sense. Because if I 10, 30, minus 20, minus 10, plus 15. If I do plus 15, that ends up being, $270, which isn't going to be divided by car cleanly. Oh well, let's just get this odd 26 thing on the road. Gonna simplify to 24, which is X. 18 R minus 20, which is T. Ten, which is J. Minus 20 again, which is T. Minus 30 mod 26 is 4, which would be D. 90 mod 20. I think this is the same. This is the same set of. Well, not exactly, actually. So the song this set of puzzles unlocks can be a little hard on the eyes. Yeah? Okay. Uh, 18. Wait, no, it goes 52, 78. That goes 2. 26. 156. 14. $156, 182, 13. All right. B N M. Yeah, that just looks like gibberish again. I'm missing something here. This divide by card thing at the end is throwing me. Okay, putting that back down again. Alright, I'm gonna presume this is using the same icons from the other one, because it's using... These are all from previous puzzles and other puzzles. The dots on these lines were like, you needed to just count them up. So this is 20. Which would be T. And then on the puzzle this was used on before, you needed to add each subsequent thing to the previous. So you take 20, you add, that's 20 minus 100. You add a negative 80 to it. Should be negative 60. Which if you mod 26 that is 8, which is H. You take the negative 60 and you subtract positive shapes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14, 15. Subtract 15. Minus negative 75. Gonna go to the bathroom, BRB. You totally shouldn't admit you're cute. Oh, I'm gonna just mess with me. Yep, definitely not. I know you would go through the VOD. I know you. So, mod 26 would be 5223. I'm not sure that makes sense, because that's like W. Be 52. Yeah, the ending value would be 23. Weird. You. Um, 9 plus 6, 15. You add 15 to put you back at negative 60 in this case. H again. And then we have the digits, 14. Plus 14. So put this to negative V6. Which should be 20t. For the sake of argument. Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright, so I think I think for Chomp Simply I need to mod 20 as we go along. Or mod 26 as we go along. So we get to negative 60, which we need to mod 26, which is going to turn into negative 8. That leads to the H, and this is where I think this fell apart before. I need to subtract positive 15. Yeah, remember how I looked through streams to find a clip if you say you'd admit you're cute if someone donated a certain amount? I remember. I remember, Maddie. So if we go... If we subtract 15... Wild! That's negative 23 again. What do you mean? I go through so much for the bit, you do. I never asked you to. And yet you do anyway, for the bit. Okay, so... Plus 15... Gotta love committing to the bit, right? Plus 14 would be 6 F in that case. That's what I thought. Okay. Maybe I'm reading this collection wrong. Maybe I need to treat it as digits again. In which case it'd be 44444. Good grief. If it's only addition and subtraction, I should be able to mod 26 it and then have it be the same. So 10 is what it would start out as? Well, let's see if that does anything. J. If we're starting from that, we can base everything off of that. So, minus 18. R. Minus 15, which is 33. Mod 26. Negative 7. G. Plus 15. It's either H or R, and then plus 14. Uh, 22. It could also be... Oh my gosh. R. And if it ends up being R again, which is negative 18, it would be negative 4, which would make it D. So it's either JRGHB or JRGRD. Oh, that's not it either. What am I missing? What am I missing? My operations, I feel like, are flawed in some way. Ah. So question, how does one know if you get the puzzle correct? You have to do all 4 and just hope? It looks like there's a text entry on this where I could, like, put in an answer. So, in this particular case, it seems like you solve each of the puzzles independently. Alright, that didn't work. I'm still not certain. Okay, so this one seems for Chomp simpler. It looks like it's all division, so 5. Thankfully it works like that in this case. Yeah, that's what it looked like, right? Yeah. Is it 7? Yeah, 7. Okay. 5? 15, rather? I think it's 15. It's 5.5 times 15 is 50 plus... 50 plus 5.5 times 5. Which is 25 plus... Oh, I should just use the calculator. Yeah, that's what I thought. Couldn't show my work in my head. 90 divided by 18. These are all whole numbers so far. Five? 88 by 5 is 40? Yeah, it's 5. $288 by 16. 18, yeah, that sounds about right. 9. And it looks like... $77 by 20 would be... That's obviously 19. 77 by 20 would be 770. It's like 1540? Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So that works out to... E, G... O E R I S Eco Eris? Oh! Okay, so green square... Wait... Hold on. It's not the same shapes. Okay. So, okay. It feels like I should be able to drop the orbs, like, into this thing? I have no idea what this means. Okay. Alright, this should be also reasonably simple. Let me make this a little bit easier on myself. Oh, whoops. There are a lot of clocks to letter maps in this game, thinking about it? Yeah. There we go, that makes it a bit more manageable. Okay, this looks relatively simple. I wonder if you're meant to use this clock. Come to think of it. I might have to remember this clock for later. Alright, so 8, 9, 10, 11 W. A shrimple. 5, which is H. 6, 3, which is O. 11, which is W. 8, which is E. 2, which is R. 8, which is E. 12, 15, 11, which is W. 1, 8. Who were we? Okay. So green square, pink octagon. Pink square, orange octagon. Wait, okay, is it like saying the pedestals? Oh, okay. I think I get the idea. Okay, so it's saying to put a particular orb on a particular pedestal. I think. So this is saying to take the orange orb and put it on the pink pedestal. If I do this to start... Will this do anything? Immediately? Not immediately, it looks like. Alright, so we go back to this then. I think... Oh. Let me grab a screen grab of this. Because I have no idea if that's going to continue being relevant. There we go. If we apply this clock to this puzzle, does that do what I need it to do? Clear all these, since those weren't the right conjecture. Alright, so 50. Mod 12 is 2. That's R. 20. Mod 12 is 8. R-E. Negative 90. Mod 12 is negative 6. That's G. 30. Mod 12. 6. Negative 30. Mod 12 is 6 again. I don't think this is it, when we have 3 G's already. Negative 10 is either R or L. I'm gonna try to do absolute value at first. 120, 0. $80 mod 12 is 8 E 25 mod 12 1 C 60 my 12 is 0. Gonna be B. And again, we've run into this issue. I don't know how to handle the dividing by 50 part of it, because it doesn't create a whole number. $10, $30, -20, -10, 15. If I ever get the opportunity to make a super important multiple choice test, it'd be really funny to make all the answers the same letter, if you know what I mean. Ah. Okay. So I don't think this one works by adding a number to the previous. I don't think it does. I think it's just a straight, like, mod 26 thing. Does each person have the value of 10? It does, yes. That's what I was, or at least that's what I've been operating under, is each person being a value of 10. Let's try this again. So 50. I'm still here. I'm just staying silent as I have nothing useful to add that isn't just straight up directing you to the solution. No worries. I appreciate that. I know this is going to be like kind of a somewhat more difficult part of the stream to really watch. It's like, it's going to be nice when, like, if the ACE still feels up to it, obviously. It's never required. But, like, it's one of those things where it's, like, timestamps for, like, after I've solved the puzzles. Or maybe even on each puzzle solve. Like, would be prudent, I think. I think. Not even paying attention to the puzzle. So the problem is, mod 26 on the first letter gives us X. Which, that seems like an odd first choice, especially when you then move on to the second letter, and it's 20, so it'd be T. Let's see. As far as I'm aware, the blue is supposed to mean subtraction, and the red is supposed to mean addition. Probably do a stamp for the start and end of each unique puzzle here, given how important it is here. Yeah, that makes sense. I have much more energy, so I'm up for it. I appreciate you as always, ACE. Never required, but always appreciated. -90. Make sure I'm, like, actually calculating this correctly. L? Is that the answer I got before? Was I getting that wrong? Weird. Wasn't this game so nice to give you a droplet of story after between space only go, bah, you thought you were done with this? Nope. I mean, I enjoy cryptography. I am stretching my noodle a bit trying to figure these out, but, like, I enjoy cryptography. I like puzzles. 30, mod 26 before. Make sure. Yeah, 24. Yeah, my waifu's really into cryptography and puzzles, too. I love the idea of cryptography. Problem is, I'm not good at it. Alrighty, let's see here. NJ 120. $16 P 80 is 2, so B 25 is Y 60 is 8, so H okay, so 10 plus 20 minus 50 plus 10 plus 25 is 15. Three-tenths. Yeah, that's what I thought. What this part at the end, like, leads me to believe is that I constructed this poorly. Somehow there's another time this game does a puzzle bomb. I mean, it seems to be like, this is largely what the game is about, right? And the only hint that they add is don't forget how the original Cardman puzzle works. But the original Cardman puzzle had a clock. I remembered something. I was meant to get a 25 Amazon gift card after winning something at colleague. I haven't gotten it. What the heck? Rude. Alright, well, let... $15 slash X. Yeah, it's obviously not it. It's the only white car. Maddie's making cute lesbian noises. What am I missing? I think we saw that the clock doesn't really work out. Can I do mod 12 instead? I'm pretty sure we tried that already. When don't we make cute lesbian noises? I don't know, Mads. When don't you? The yeah, that's just gibberish too. Good thing the butter eyes noises are cute, yeah. You bum. Maybe when I'm angry, I don't remember, but I remember in one of my Ultra Kill streams fighting a certain boss who should not be named. Like I said, it was cute when I was angry, so I guess not. Alright, so... goes 10. I feel like I need a starting letter that isn't, like, X, of all things. in order for it to make sense. It must be related to a clock, I feel is like, but like, the clock we're given there doesn't work. I don't think the clock that's part of, the other puzzle works. Let's try basing it off of this clock. Let's see here. Mod 12, 48, 2. Yes. Uh, 72, 84, that's 6. Yes, R. Uh, 6 again, 6 again. 10. That's... be 88. S. The slash 2. Oh, that looks like gibberish too. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 letters. And letters, okay. I'm not sure where else to go on this. Everything else I've been able to get eventually, but I'm stumped. It's not related to a clock. It's not mod 26, like, or like relating to letters, rather. Like, literally everything else is. The heckin' tendency to go into negative numbers here is wilding to me. I still don't know how you get the answer here? I have no idea. I don't want to just reveal the answer, but also I'm not sure where else to go from here. And the thing at the end, like, it really does not make sense because it's not a whole number. So the only other thing I can think of is it's doing the thing that a lot of the rest of this game has done, where it's like, you know, vivid / stasis or something. Okay. Like, both this one and the next one are throwing me off because, like, I think I'm getting lost somewhere. I mean, this one I seem to be getting lost just from the initial setup. Let's see. I wish they had a different hint. That wasn't just, remember how the other car puzzle worked. Because, like, it's like... I can offer a hint. I feel like as soon as I get a place to get started, I think I'll get it. Let me hold off on that a moment. I'm following a line of thought here. It's like they don't use the exclamation marks, the @ symbols, the hashtags, or the cash sign here. I really don't know how to start when, like, the first letter is X, and I struggle to imagine what, like, long word they could, or what sentence they could start building off of X. Yeah. Go ahead and offer your hint. Let's see. Is it not... Hold on. Do I have the unit wrong? Is a person not equal 10? Is a person 1? Everything you need for the solution is contained within the puzzle itself. Okay, so we're not doing outside clock stuff. That's at least nice. Let me go off the idea that a unit of a person is 1. Instead. And if a unit of a person is 1, then I'm not sure what they would need the 10 for. Some span is worth, like, 10 people. It's just a cute no. Absolutely not. That's not the hint. How dare. There's something about how I've mentally constructed this, like, framework in my head that isn't working. Let's see. Come on, lizard brain. Oop. Maybe this, like, scale thing is, like, throwing me off. I don't... Let's try making a person a unit of 1 instead. I have a feeling that's just the wrong answer, but like, I need to work with something else. -9. -3. -3. -1. 12. 8. Now that's where that falls apart, is that I suddenly have a 2.5 here. Yeah, I had a feeling that wouldn't work. Because it declares that the length of a person is 10, that 5 people equal car, that 2 people equal train. Why does it feel like those are backwards? I mean, I guess it talks about distance. Let's just start reading out of curiosity. Yeah, it looks like more gibberish. Okay. Why does it really feel like... Is it just because I'm projecting a train onto them? I guess bus. Just ask the puzzle nicely. Okay. The only way these half cars make sense is if it's a number large enough that cutting it in half would still make a whole number. And the only reason that they would color the other ones differently is if you're meant to, like, subtract. Because, like, they've established that red is addition, blue is subtraction. That'd make it the year pretty reasonable and then go easy on you. Trust me, it works every time, and this isn't a bargaining stage of the 5 stages of grief. Maddie, like, asking the puzzle nicely is going and looking up the answer. That's essentially what that is, you know? Just through a different vector. But why are we going into such, like, massive negative numbers? What did you say, please? I mean, I could ask it pretty please if I just hover my mouse over this little box over here. You know? The one under this little box? Yeah. Thinking lizard. What could it possibly be? Let's look at you, please give Lian this solution so she can admit she's cute. I won't be doing that. No. I don't want to fold, but like I have no other ideas. Imagine it's a super simple number like 6, but it had the most complicated method of getting there. It feels like I have to mistrust something about this. Like, whether it's the sense of scale or something. You just have to try every possible combination. I suppose, as long as it's an even number, like, the half cars would then make sense. Brute force it, trust. Come on, Lian, you can beat Return to the Scenic Pond. You can do this. I appreciate you, Butter. What if I just start going through each of the even number possibilities for the scale? Let's say a person is 2. I'd make this 10. And 4. And negative 18. And 6. Negative 6. If you don't beat the puzzle, I'll condemn you to return to the city pond forever and ever and ever. Please, please don't. I spent so long on Return to the Scenic Pond. Yo. Oh my gosh. -2. Uh, 10, 24, 24. $16. $5. And 2 plus 4, 6 minus 10, -4, plus 2, -2, plus 5, that's 3, divided by 10. That doesn't help the fractional. It really just puts the fractional in the exact same place. 3/10. Yep. So, like, changing the scale would just multiply all the numbers. If I go from a scale of 2 to a scale of 4, it would just double all the numbers. It's all it would end up doing. Uh, 26, 22, 6. Unrelated, Lian, but I've been told that for Delta in Chapter 5, the creator of Touhou's will be making the bullet patterns. Not sure how true this is, but if true, good luck when you play, oh 07. Yeah. I definitely want to play. I might pause Vivid Stasis for like a stream or two just to play Chapter 5. I'm not entirely sure yet. Stumped again. Don't really have anything else better to do. Hey, catch up stat, I'm so late to Deltarune. I only beat chapter 1 a few weeks back and I've not even started chapter 2 yet. I was into it on the first couple chapters, but I think it really hooked me on the later ones. And like, I was kind of there for the Undertale, like, craze, but like, I don't know. Deltarune hits so much different than Undertale does, in a good way for me. Like, yeah, Undertale was the whole internet phenomenon thing, but I didn't really feel, like, attached to it, really. Like, Deltarune, it feels like there's more going on there that, like, I've honestly been connecting with. It might just, like, I honestly feel like it might just have been where I was in life when Undertale came out. How can I set this up any differently? I can't make a person worth 3. I can't make a person worth any odd number. I can't just multiply all the functions in such a way that it heckin' makes this fraction resolve. Deltarune came out so soon after Undertale. It was only 2 years from Undertale to Deltarune. Yeah, and I think the other part of it was I only got into Deltarune when Chapter 4 had just come out. And by that point, I was much more ready and, like, open to the story that Toby Fox was putting out. Let me just sanity check. Okay. I'm gonna give myself a little break real quick. Just to think a little more. And get a drink and whatnot. Maybe use some more caffeine will help me. BRB! Okay, I have returned. I tried to give myself, some caffeine and a little bit of a nibble. I got myself a granola bar for a snack, and I tried to really give myself a good think about this. Ultimately, I think I didn't quite get it, so I tried to look for another resource that, wouldn't just give me the solution, but try to help me understand what's going on. And I think I get how to get to the answer, but I don't quite understand what the logic is. But first, we have some fun facts with Maddie, so we'll stay at the hangout screen for a moment. Fun fact number 1. Torpedoes don't usually sink ships with an explosion. They explode under a ship, which causes a huge vacuum under the ship, which collapses in and folds the ship from under it. Oh, I see. Fun fact number 2. To destroy the average tornado, you would need to drop 1,000 nuclear bombs on it one after another, constantly trying to generate enough energy to disperse it. Tornado's strong. What the heck? Fun fact number 3. There's a tick called the Lone Star tick, which, when it bites you, it does nothing. But after a month, it gives you alpha-gal syndrome, which is complete allergy to all red meat. Oh! Oh, I see. Welcome back, Ari boy. Thanks for joining us. And thank you for this next lovely episode of Fun Facts with Maddie. Alright, so, onto the puzzle. I think, there's a step that I'm not quite seeing how you're supposed to get to. So, the hint resource I found, the linchpin thing that I ended up, gleaning from it is that apparently car is supposed to equal 2. Altogether, car is supposed to equal 2. And train is supposed to equal 5. But that is, backwards from what you see here. So, I'm sitting here thinking, wait, are you supposed to, get some weird, 10 divided by thing in order to, arrive at that conclusion? And, maybe? But that feels like a stretch. So yeah, all in all, I am not entirely sure how you're supposed to land at that structure. But, apparently that's it? You're supposed to take 10 units, divide it by 5 in order to realize car is 2, and then take 10 units, divide it by 2 to realize train is 5? I'm not sure I get how that was supposed to be presented. A Dragon Girl YouTuber tried solving vivid stasis puzzles. This is what happened to her brain. Like a chubby emu presenting to the emergency room. So I think with that, I think that unlocks what I need to be able to actually solve this. And again, I'm not certain I would have ever quite made that leap. I don't know. If it really does feel like a leap. So if we go under that understanding, if car is 2, then it's 2, 5, and apparently person is still supposed to be 10, I think. The puzzle is basically asking for a speed, the distance it takes to human speed. Car is 5 times faster. Train is 2 times faster. I'm not sure if that quite clicks in my head is working right. Because I don't know. That's what led to all the thinking of it that way is what led to all the failed attempts earlier. Because, like, in that case, you're thinking of, like, speed as in, like, lower speed is better. Maybe you're thinking of the time it takes to get somewhere. That would make more sense. I guess. It's like the same thing, but in reverse. It's odd. I guess that would possibly be what they mean. I don't know. In the end, the answer needs to be like the time spent, I guess. Alright, so 10 minus 4 is 6. 10 plus 5 is 15. $20 minus 2 is 18. I believe in speed. Power! 10 minus 5 is 5. Five plus 4 is 9. 20. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because now, since we have a value of 2, we can say half of a car is 1, so it's A. 12. I think I just got how you're supposed to make that leap. Okay, okay. I'm gonna finish my thought. Or finish the puzzle. Okay, so then it's like 10 plus 5. That's 15. Minus 2 is 13. Plus 10 is 23. Plus 1 is 24. Divided by 2 is 12. Okay. Okay, anyway. So, yeah. Now that I think about it further, yes. How you're supposed to think of it in the end, I think, is you're supposed to realize, like, okay, in order to cross a distance, like, a person takes 10 time units. And in the same time that a person would take to make that journey, a car could take 5 people. So it means a car crosses that distance in 2 time units. Yeah, I feel like it's unclear that that's what they're actually going for. The first time I erased this puzzle, it probably didn't help that I thought red equals +1, blue equals -1, which got me all confused. Oh, yeah. I am really glad I found that one resource that was, like, just more hints rather than giving away the answer. Because, like, I want to understand the actual, like, thought process from beginning to end. Anyway, let's get this decoded. B, E, F, O, R, E, I, T, A, L, L. And indeed, that finally makes something that's actually intelligible before it all. Hi, yes, peeps! Back from streaming? I hope streaming went wonderfully. I hope whatever you were doing, you were having fun. There we go. There we go. Which that, I think, will then let me, yeah, it'll let me do this now, too. Alright, so we need to start with 20. And then we need to... plus 5 minus 4. It's 21. And then we need to subtract... Okay, that was 15, I believe? Yes, that was 15. Subtract 15, that's 6. You add 15 back. For that, I believe. And then... add 14? Which you'd probably have to mod 26. So it was... person takes 10 units to do this, car spends 5 units per time. I guess, yeah. Something like that. I know it's like wanting to be cryptic and for you to like figure it out, but I feel like that made it a little obtuse. If I mod 26... that doesn't seem right. Wait, that worked? What does Tafui mean? I thought that was gonna be gibberish. What is Tafui? Boost. Okay. I need to put the blue on the orange pedestal. Put the green on the blue pedestal. That was a troll, that answer. I'm sitting here like, every other answer up to this point has been words. It's been sentences. Why is that one just gibberish? Orange on pink. Pink on green. That's what I thought. Okay. Oh? Oh? We have the bisexual pedestal! Oh? Let's talk to controller for a sec. I've been like swapping back and forth between using controller and the keyboard for this. Okay. So I need to maze this out. So I use the orbs to kind of control it. Okay. How's everyone doing? Hi there! Okay. Actually. Okay, there is no music here. I want to keep that going. Hi, Rory! How'd you doing? We unlocked the bisexual pedestal. I'm not entirely sure what we're trying to accomplish here, but we're trying something. So, like, we're rotating parts of the maze, but I'm not entirely sure what we're rotating the maze for. I guess we need to give ourselves an exit. Although I'm not sure why there's letters. Wait, okay, so you need to figure out... Okay, I think I get it. You need to give yourself an exit. And then you need to use the letters that you get along the way. Let's see. I feel like I kind of need to build off of a blue. It makes sense in my head if I try to set it up so that the first word is the. I feel like if I base my answer off of that, it'll make it more obvious. So that works for that. That works for that. What is that? Okay, so I have 3 different answers there. I don't think the green one's right. I'm just not sure what we're supposed to be able to commit to. I do see an arrow. I wonder. Could set them pointing to each of the pedestals. I don't think that releases anything. Okay. Maybe I need to point it where the orbs ended up. So blue up to the northwest. Orange up to the northeast. Oh, wait, did I not do that right or before? Oop. Green eventually went on to blue. I believe pink eventually went on to green. Yeah. No, that makes it the same. Okay. We'll try pointing back towards the pedestals again. Because I don't think I actually got that correct last time. Green southwest. Orange northwest. Blue southeast. The bounds have, and it ends there. Yeah, that isn't quite lining up properly. Alright, will the hint here, like... Let's see. Is there something else? Wait. Blue down. Pink up to the left? Are there any more, like, decorations? This puzzle isn't even mentioned in the official hints page. It's weird. Yeah, I'm seeing that. I don't really see a green decoration, because like, I see those two. Those look, like, relevant. So, Lian, how you enjoying the rhythm game so far? Very much so. Much rhythm. Much gaming. It bothers me that the rings don't, like, almost don't match up. Green up? Yeah, it doesn't seem right. It seems to match up the best. No, never mind. can't even access the thing unless you have... Okay. I'll admit, I'm a bit aimless on this one. Let's see. Sneeze to allow a good level of small country. Daddy, you're in a small country. No! Okay, so that traps the center if I have them all pointed the same direction. So they can't all be pointed the same direction. Is there anything I could use for direction here? Gonna have to go shower. Good luck with the puzzle. Be back soon. Have a good shower. Take care of yourself. Wait, is it the position? Maybe not. Maybe so. Okay, so... they always do 45-degree turns. That traps the center as well, so that's not it. Turns your left leg into a bowl of spaghetti. I can't walk around with my leg of spaghetti. How am I even supposed to arrange this in the first place? I can hop, but hopping is inefficient. How dare you take away my speed? God, the annoying noises. Okay, I think I'm starting to see something. There's a segment where I'm reading the bounds have. I need to... Okay. It feels like that's the correct position for the orange and pink ones. The bounds have gone. The bounds have gone? Oh. The bounds have gone. Okay. Ooh. Standing at the edge of everything, Dawn looked down into the great abyss of the past. Ah, I see. Then this is the final missing piece. The severance of emotion. A scene played out, illustrated by brainwaves floating in and out of existence, creating what could only be described as a stage, set and play, for one viewer. This song can be rough on the eyes with effects now that you're here. Okay, good to know. Remember the content warning. If you're photosensitive, be careful. All systems looking okay? So far, so good. No reports from air detection, air protection. Her wavelength is stable. Keyshow, turn the power switch. Very well, sir. The audience of one watched. 4 seats set up, all for one person. The World Keeper, the Liberator, the protagonist, and myself. We as one watched what followed. Turn it off! Turn it off! The system has entered protective mode, sir. I can't believe what I'm seeing. It's cutting her entire ego and mem files. It's moving them into the sim layer. Oh god. Oh my god. What have I done? And so, I watched my father watch. And my father could only watch. That was when the 4 of us were born. There's 4 colors. There's white, pink, magenta, and like an indigo. Wow. The storyteller, forced into a godlike position of only being able to watch, came first. That would be me, or my I. Most of what made me who I was stayed behind with me. So, in a way, I was closest to the original Saturday. And then came the World Keeper and the Liberator. 2 ideals continuously at odds with one another. Fight and flight personified. But they were only ideals. They were not alive and never have been. Stuck in that catbox superstition of being alive but lacking life. The World Keeper took clear advantage, having grown stronger over time. I was still in the position of growing my Liberator to match how much grip the World Keeper had over me when I was putting into the Duskbreaker. So the World Keeper managed to fully form before the Liberator did. Using this to her advantage, I watched, unable to interfere, as the World Keeper forcefully ejected any memory or personality relating to the Liberator's purpose from her. The 2 of them were already husks, unable to feel proper emotion. But this left the Liberator in an even worse state. It would be a long time before I could think of a way to remedy that and level the playing field. And then, there was one more. The body. A perfect replica of myself as I was when I entered the Duskbreaker. The main difference was that she was completely adhered to the fabricated history of the simulated world. Over time, I came to refer to her as the protagonist. The scene ended, and the actors took the stage, the bow and curtains closed. I stood up for the first time ever in over 3 years. Of course, the play wasn't over, far from it. This is an intermission, a transitory moment, but I wouldn't let it go. All the pieces were in place. It was finally time to change my fate. The auto scroll goes a little too fast. Wah. Supernova. my gosh! I'm geeking out! Oh, those are red notes. Time. Many months into our ordeal, that word stopped having meaning to me. How long has it been how long has it been that my time was stopped in place? It was time for the intermission to end. The play would resume. And for the first time, I didn't know what would follow. It's strange, isn't it? To become so disillusioned with infinite present that you actually find yourself looking forward to the uncertain future? Without a doubt, this tale will not end anytime soon. I wouldn't even be surprised if it continues into an 8,267th cycle. But however long it needs, everything we've accomplished here was all for this final change. Whatever happens from here on out is the will of myself. All parts of myself. The Liberator, the World Keeper, the Protagonist, and the Storyteller. All parts of Saturday now have a part in this play. There are still some unseen truths of the past that will come into light, but after all these years, all this time, finally, I can see what lies in the future. So, shall we enjoy the rest of this play? How is this game free? What? What do you mean? Ah. Yeah. Okay. I absolutely adore that intermission. That was amazing. Okay. I'm geeking out. Even after the tears stopped flowing, I held Allison for the better part of an hour. Neither of us said anything. Both of us knew that neither of us needed to. The truth about my sister's death was the final nail in the coffin of revelations that had hit us one after another over this past evening. I didn't even know how I was going to begin to explain this to Eri, Kotami, and Shio. And the worst part is, I'd be walking out of here with more questions. If Suki had been dead since 2010, who have I been living with? Who is Dawn? And how does she factor into everything? I no longer doubted that I'd find answers to these in time, and I knew the reality of the situation would be just as hard to deal with. But I'm no longer afraid. I let go of Allison. There's so much that I feel right now, you know? Yeah, I do. Sorrow, obviously. Grief. Even anger. Mainly at myself, funnily enough. Allison looked down solemnly. For once, I couldn't tell what thoughts were going through her head as I spoke. But fear is not one of those feelings. I'm no longer scared. I'm no longer going to run away. The world melted away for just a moment. Eri, Chio, Kotami, Dawn, Suki, and even Allison. Neither of them stood anywhere near me. It was just me and myself. I'm going to find the whole truth and break out of this world. And as if to challenge me to do just that, A single question echoed from somewhere I couldn't yet reach, beckoning me to follow through. A single voice welcoming me.
Lost in the labyrinth of your own heart. Can you still hear the song of the cosmos?
Hidden boundary. What a ride! Okay. That... Chapter 4 went insane. The heck? Entire reality's broken. It's like if Neo decided to, like, heckin' just take control of the Matrix. Okay. This episode contains topics of unreality, depression, childhood trauma. We're back in Ikebukuro. Rain. I've been surrounded by it my whole life, but only now did I recognize it for what it was. Tears. The tears of some higher being, perhaps. Maybe God? Whatever the case, the tears of countless worlds above fell to the ground in a perfect, beautiful harmony as I stared up at them, not caring how many fell into my eyes. It was dark, naturally so. It was well past sunset in the middle of winter, and despite Tokyo's reputation as a city that never sleeps, barely anyone walked by the forlorn bench I sat on. Dang it. I heard footsteps getting closer, and unfolded my umbrella to look only slightly less like a crazy person. A familiar silhouette faded into view. If it was anyone else, I would probably be upset at my moment to myself being interrupted. But if there was anyone who could poke her way into my bubble at this kind of moment, I was fine with it being her. There you are. I had a feeling I'd find you here. Why? Enough of our memories came back for me to know what this place is. Ah, yeah. Allison sat down on the bench next to me, taking the umbrella from my hands and propping it up over both of us. She leaned onto my shoulder. You nearly gave me a heart attack Saturday. When I went to bring you your dinner and you weren't there, I got really scared. I'm really sorry. I just needed to go outside. I'm just glad you're safe. It had been a week since the events that occurred at the Sunrise building. But it all went by in such a blur. It felt like it could have been a day or a few months. Time hardly felt real anymore, and the days blended together. I'm glad you're at least well enough to go outside again. Yeah, I guess. I listened to the pitter-pattering of the raindrops on the umbrella Allison held over us. Even that didn't feel real anymore, because I knew it wasn't. Are you real? I hope so. I could tell Allison had her own turmoil boiling around inside her as a result of the revelations of a week prior. The idea that our whole lives had been in a false reality, a constructed story, had shaken up everyone. Even Ari had lost her cool, and I'd heard her sobbing a few nights ago from my room. The thing that scared me the most, however, was not my life up to this point being fake, or the truth about Suki's death. It was that the idea of the girl next to me right now, who had saved my life, gave me love when I felt like I was at my lowest. The idea that she wasn't real. I remember what Dawn said, but I never heard from her after that night. I can't verify for absolute certainty that her claim about all of us being real beings transported into this world was the absolute truth. And the fact that I didn't know for certain if it was one way or the other scared me to death. Way more than even knowing for certain that I was only real in one world. I was the only real one would. Or just knowing for certain that I was the only real one would. Oh, I see, okay. That sentence confused me for a sec. Do you want me to walk you back to Chio's, or should I stay with you here for a little while longer? Just a bit longer. Yeah, that's okay. No, I miss Supernova? Ew, I was wilding extreme. Oh my gosh. Easily, easily my favorite so far. Because the intermission, I got so activated. Ah, yeah, that's okay. The bench we sat on faced parallel to a small playground in the park that looked like it didn't see much use nowadays. But I remembered that swing set, that cheap metal slide. This was my home. In the original world, this is where Suki and my dad and I lived. When we first started staying in Chio's apartment, this house didn't appear. But I knew now. I knew the truth about this world, about my sister. So it appeared to me, plain as day. I remembered the creaky wooden walls, and I saw them. I could hear them. Memories flooded me, and if Allison wasn't there, I feel like I might have lost myself in them. Even if this world isn't real, I... The umbrella I'd brought now rested in Allison's soft hands. It had a plastic roof, allowing me to see straight through to the individual drops as they hit and burst on the umbrella's top. I want to believe my feelings, my actions, are real. Yeah. If I don't at least have that, then I might as well not be real myself. I took the umbrella back from Allison's hand. I'm good to head back now. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah. I could tell she was holding a lot in, and getting her to open up was difficult. I knew this. But I would be there for her until the very end, and I knew that she would be there for me. I took Allison's hand and we walked down to the dimly lit streets of Ikebukuro back to Chio's apartment. Oh my gosh. Last hours? What do you mean? What do you mean last hours? Don't you dare, game. Don't you dare. Like I said, the thing I wanted to send earlier. Okay, you know when I'm gonna go back and watch your reaction to Supernova? Totally fair, totally fair. I think, like, to be honest, most of my astonishment was in stunned silence to myself. But, like, I was geeking out. 1 week prior, I was scrambling, panicking, desperate. Everything had changed in one single nanosecond. I ran through the blurry neon sights of the red light district, attracting a number of strange gazes from passersby. Dang it! What the heck? Something had happened. I didn't know what, and I didn't like that I didn't know what. But some kind of divine intervention had occurred. It was during my fight with the Liberator at what I now know to be the typical endpoint of Block S. The script diverged, and a bright light illuminated the area. Are you going to waste the one escape rope you've ever been thrown since the moment you were born? Because I'm sure as heck not. I let my guard down. I'd fallen into a sense of security, and she knew that. She took advantage of that, and she brought us both down to the same level. I don't know what she did, but I'm stuck here now, in the story. Any and all ability to reset the narrative has been completely obliterated from me. I can't even access between space anymore. Where are you? What are you planning to do? I screamed into the air, not knowing, no, praying that she was somehow watching from above. I was on the same level as the protagonist now. I hated that. I despised that. I loathed that. And then, as if the universe were to answer me directly, I collided directly with someone at full speed. Right, people on Layer Zero have to deal with actual physics. Ow! Dang it. Both of us fell onto the ground. When I looked up to see what had happened, my anger temporarily gave way to shock. Wait, you're here? You? You aren't up there anymore either? People all around were staring at us, a feeling neither of us have ever known. We had always just weaved our way through the fabric of the story, always a level above everyone that existed inside it. Everything had changed. Get up. People are going to keep staring. Why are you here? I thought that you were the one who cast me down here. The Liberator brushed some gravel from the pavement off her shoulder and area of her dress. Hilariously, that was exactly what I was about to ask you. It seems we're both in an unusual situation here. She extended a hand to me. Relax. Even if I wanted to fight, I literally can't. And it seems you can't either. Come on now. Reluctantly, I took her hand and stood myself up. Alright, well, probably not a good idea to split up for the time being. As much as I would rather anyone's company but yours. There's a pretty good coffee shop on this block that's open overnight. The absurdity of the situation of my opposing counterpart offering to take me on a coffee date made my head spin. But she was, unfortunately, right. You really want her hat? Noted. Well, we aren't getting any flags of Allison being fake at all. Don't you dare let Allison be fake. Allison can't be fake. I would cry. Oh my gosh. There was nothing to be gained by going at it alone in such an unfamiliar situation. Lead the way, I guess. And so she did, and I watched. The only one left in the sky. Cycle 8266. How did it end? What were its last hours like? This chapter of our story is a eulogy to the determination and love of Saturday Tasogare. All of her. These are our last hours. Oh my gosh! Oh, I love this game! Alright, time to play a song! 3 notes for all of Chapter 4? I mean, Chapter 4 had so much of between space in it, though. Right? Like, come on. Oh, hold on. My brain is Yuri overloaded. Oh? That was rude. Wow. Very moody, atmospheric. Okay. Valid reaction to supernova? Thank you, thank you. Okay, we had a little bit of an intermission, now for more story. The group decides what to do next. This warning contains topics of unreality, depression, childhood trauma, parental neglect. By the time we got back to Chio's apartment, it seemed like she had already gone to sleep. Allison and I stepped through the door and dried our shoes on the entrance mat before stepping into the now dimly lit apartment. Did Chio go to sleep? Kotomi and Eri sat on the couch. Kotomi looked up. Yeah, about half an hour ago. All this has been a lot for her. I think it's been a lot for all of us. Understandably so. Yeah. Allison and I sat on the couch adjacent to the one Kotomi and Eri sat on. Are you cold, Sat? I'll go heat up some of the leftover soup in the fridge if you like. I nodded. Yeah, soup makes everything better, even if just a little bit. Thanks, Allie. Allison walked off, and I looked up at Eri and Kotomi, as if unsure how to begin to talk. Sorry I went AWOL on you guys. I didn't mean to worry you, I just... Hey, it's okay. Well, I think your reaction is arguably more the understandable one. I looked at her inquisitively. How so? Eri paused for a second as if unsure whether to continue, but she did so anyway. I was just talking about this with Kotomi. It feels unnatural, the degree to which she and I have just accepted this. Like it doesn't feel strange for this world to be not real, if you want to call it that. I don't think that that's weird. You think so? I mean, we all grieve in different ways. Some of us process it easier than others, and that's okay. At some point, it felt like I'd started talking more so to myself than the Nichibotsus. I guess. Maybe it's foolish to think in terms of what's normal when none of this is normal in the first place. Or at least, not what we remember being taught is normal. I understood what she was getting at. The idea of how much of our lives have been really under our control from the very start. It's like that theory of the universe, and everything that makes up the universe was created less than 1 nanosecond ago. And everything we remember was filled in for us. It never happened. But the universe operates as if we remember it anyway. I remember hearing about that. It really hecked me up way back when I first learned about it, because that scared me. Does it not anymore? I think I stopped caring once I pulled myself out of getting stuck in the past. Ah, the temptress called nostalgia. I have a very clear recollection of a night from a few months back. It kind of scares me when I actually think about it with the context of everything we learned. I knocked on Allison's door, and even then, I felt my hands shaking. A slight groan came from inside. Who is it? Saturday. Sorry, can I come in? Saturday. What are you doing at my room? It's 2 in the morning. I'm not doing too great. Can I come in? Yeah, of course. Hold on. Let me get dressed. I heard her shuffle around a bit, and then she opened the door. Come in. Sit down. Tell me what's going on. I nervously walked into Allison's room and sat down on her bed. So, what's happening? Talk to me. I'm scared. I'm just scared. Panicking, I guess. Yeah. I'm having a panic attack. Did something happen? Did you see something online that upset you? Yeah. Sorry. No apologies. Talk it through. I saw this, theory or something about the universe and how maybe it hasn't actually existed until now. Like, what if nothing existed until this second and everything we remember was actually just fake memories we have? And I. I see. Okay. Deep breaths. Slow down, girl. Deep breaths. Breathe in, hold for 4 seconds. Breathe out, hold for seconds. Just do that a few times, okay? Okay. I did as she instructed. Deep breath in. Hold for 4 seconds. Deep breath out. Hold for 4 seconds. Box breathing. After a minute or so, I felt myself stop shaking. Okay. Sorry. I think I... No apologies. Shush. It's okay. Then I felt her wrap her arms around me from behind in a tight embrace. It's okay. Ellie, I... And then the tears started flowing, interspersed with soft sobs, all wrapped in a tight, warm hug. It's okay to cry. And cry I did. Can I tell you a story, Saturday? Through my tears, it was too difficult to speak, so I nodded. This is the story of a lost kitten. There was once a lost kitten. It didn't matter to her how she got lost, but she found herself alone in the dark, dark place. Across this place she roamed for hours, days, weeks. It felt like nothing, but she was very much alive. She found herself a home. It was the only place she could go. A small cardboard box in a dimly lit alley. So she stayed. But she continued to feel nothing. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that she never felt anything to begin with. So she never even realized something was missing from her. She lived, but she was not alive. Months, years passed, and the kitten would watch time and time again as the rush of civilization destroyed her only place she thought of as home. She'd do her best to rebuild each time, but you can only repair a ship so many times until it isn't the same ship anymore. Her home was gone. Maybe it was her fault for her ever trying to call it home in the first place. Maybe it was her fault that they didn't like her. The kitten continued to wander, its fur wrinkled and wet, a result of a life she'd lived. Nobody likes a wrinkly cat. They're ugly. Nobody wants a cat who'd been beaten to death by the world around her. The kitten wandered. It grew. It continued to live. But if there had been some semblance of life in it at any point before, it had long since disappeared. The kitten cried. She didn't know why. Why would she feel anything? And then the kitten found a light. It was dim. A light that the civilization had kicked her into the curb would never have been noticed. She followed the light, down the alleys, through the crevices, to a place tucked very far away, a place safe from reality. There, she found another cat. For the first time ever, the kitten found herself not in the world around her, but in another. The kitten grew, not on her own, but together with the only other person who understood her. They grew together. And on a rainy day, many years later... Hey, what's wrong? The cat stopped. She looked forward into the alley. It was no different than any of the others she'd seen in her life. But she knew it. That's home. You mean that's where you're used to? The cat nodded. The cat is Allison? I had a feeling. At one point, I called that place home. Of course, the cardboard box the cat had once set up was long since gone. Her home was no longer there. My home is not there anymore. Oh, right. They were doing some construction around here earlier this year, weren't they? I'm so sorry, Ellie. The cat stared, but she felt nothing. No sadness, no regret. Because that place wasn't ever my home. My home was with you, Saturday. I sobbed even harder as Allison held me tight. I've been such an idiot. You've just been you, Saturday Tasagare. I put you in danger. You nearly died because we investigated that basement. How am I supposed to live with that? Allison sighed softly. But I didn't. I'm right here. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters. That was when everything changed. Why does it matter if the world isn't real? Why does it matter if our memories aren't real? Right now, at this moment, my feelings are real. Everything I feel is real. And that's all that matters. I love that particular argument to the simulation theory. It's like, on some level, we have to exist in our own reality regardless of what other circumstances may surround it. This life is what we make of it for ourselves. I still have no idea how people manage to make their exhales last for 4 whole seconds. It feels like, at least for me, I always interpreted that as breathe out, hold the bottom of the breath for 4 seconds, you know? Yuri therapy stories? We are perfectly fine? I'm sure, Maddie. I'm sure you're perfectly fine. I love that this is also turning into yet another plural story. I feel like only trans people, like, really understand plural stories to this degree. Are you serious? You took me to a cafe. This was your super secret hideout spot? Hey, shut up. I know places of the city better than you. Just suck it up and get us a spot. What? What is it? How do you do that? Oh, for the love of... Stay here. I walked over to the late night clerk. 2, please. He pointed me to a table near the window. You do it like that. I could have done that. Then why... Forget it. Come on. We maneuvered through the tight gaps between tables and chairs to the booth spot near the window. It stacked directly against the wall, and there was a wall with tons of old newspapers decorating it. So, did you manage to figure anything out? Not much. It seems the only lead we really have is whatever it caused us to actually pass Log S. Was the same thing that more or less revoked us to our position in between space. So, nothing we don't already. Great. Hey, you try. I'm assuming you didn't manage to get anything either. Yeah, can't really fault you when I'm in the same boat. But at the same time, I'm not surprised. How so? Well, 8,266 cycles in, and we know how this works by now. Those inside the confines of the narrative don't typically gain the ability to learn information about that which resides outside of it. That's true. Protagonist was only able to because of your guiding her. Oh, so you finally admit that it was useful. I don't know. And to be honest, I don't know how to feel about the fact that I don't know. You too, then, huh? I know who and what I am. I am the World Keeper. Flight personified. As split off from Saturday during the severance of emotion. You and I are both literal embodiments of concepts, and, as a result, until now, We've been locked in an eternal battle, as we can't coexist. Which means it should, given the entire history of everything that's happened these 8,266 cycles, be impossible for me to give any credit at all to your efforts inside the narrative to lead to Saturday to the truth. Yeah, and likewise, it should be impossible for me to give any credit to your efforts to keep the protagonist and her friends safe from the harm I created in the path to the truth. In other words, everything about our current situation should not exist. And yet, here we are. Indeed. We sat for a while, as time passed on a scale we'd never been able to truly feel, until being stripped of that which had made us who we previously believed we were. What are we, really? Parts of Saturday, I think. I know that. But if we aren't who we previously thought ourselves to be, then what are we, really? I didn't have an answer to that. Neither of us did. We sat in silence for a little while longer, and then the waitress came over to get our order. 5 salmon nigiri, please. I'll get the spring roll set. Thanks, I'll be back shortly with your food. Thank you. The waitress left. 5 salmon nigiri. Hey, it's the best kind of nigiri. Don't knock it till you try it. Dawn sighed disappointedly. I had an idea about what we could do. I'm all ears. Dawn leaned forward and spoke in a hushed tone. Ooh. The story is continuing! As we all know, the one rule of tables is nothing you say on your table can be heard from anyone on any other table. It's the rule of physics. All tables have a soundproof force field around them. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Time for more music. I'm gonna have to, like, definitely keep on improving at these. This one is odd sounding. Wow! Wait, this definitely counts to achieve a full combo without any goods? Wow! Oh my gosh! Yo. Nelf. Very cute. No, he's not! He's not cute! No! Absolutely not. Yum yum. Why are they plotting while I'm busy? So, like, I definitely notice from these, like, first-time tracks that, like, the first time I'm, like, playing these, I've noticed how, like, my skill floor has shot up dramatically. I'm no longer so confused by, like, the bars, the double notes, the holds. It's all, like, coming so much more easily now. Do you have an idea how to get Lian to admit she's cute? What the heck? Listening with an extra E to show I'm paying attention? Gotta say, a group so large and broad that she is a part of it is cute, so if she denies it, she'd doom every part of that group to not being cute. For extra effect, make sure Lily's a part of it! No! Any group I'm a part of, I am the exception! No! I am the art person that is uncute. My goodness. What the heck? Claire de Lune. Saturday and Allison visit Suki's grave. Aww. This episode contains topics of depression, trauma, grief, mourning, and breakdowns. Yeah, everyone except me. Allison and I stepped off the metro car into the more nature-oriented streets of Hachioji. Are you doing okay? I'm holding it together. Thanks, Allie. If you want to go home, just say the word. I understand. I nodded. Thank you. I want to push forward. We had left Chio's about 45 minutes prior, and were on our way to a small location in the nature of Hachioji. We've been planning this for a few days now. It felt like something I needed to do. Looks like it's a straight shot from here. I'll call over a taxi. Thanks. I breathed in, and then out. I was scared. I was afraid to admit it, but that didn't mean I wasn't still scared. A small taxi pulled over for us and opened the door. Allison and I hopped into the back seats. "Hello, sir. We're trying to get here." Allison pointed at the location on her phone's Google Maps, and the driver nodded. We fastened our seatbelts and got back onto the road. I felt Allison's head fall on my shoulder. She was probably tired. Not that I could blame her. It wasn't a long drive, but it felt simultaneously like an eternity in a nanosecond. Finally, the driver dropped us off at our destination, and Allison paid the fee. We got out of the taxi and it drove away. "Are you ready?" "I am." "Okay, let's go." She took my hand and we walked into the small enclosed area, past the entrance side that read Hachioji Cemetery. The graveyard wasn't very large in size, but it housed exactly what it needed to. Each road had various graves lining them. Names lined the stones, written in just enough detail to not catch your eye, but if you looked at them, you realized they weren't real names at all. The only sound that permeated the area was the rustling of leaves as Allison and I walked through each row. The distant howling of city life back down the hill... Wait, the distant howling of the city life back down the hill we walked up to get here. There were 5 rows of graves. When we reached the 4th one, I stopped in my tracks and squeezed Allison's hand. "Look." I pointed. She nodded. We both saw it. An empty slot in the row of graves. Undisturbed. The only slot in the entire graveyard that had no grave in it. But I knew that spot. I couldn't forget that spot. The Duskbreaker could try to take away my memories, but it would never succeed. "Can you stay here for a second?" "Yeah, I can. Just come back for me the moment you need to." "I will. Thank you, Allison." I let go of her hand and took a dozen or so steps towards the empty slot. Each step felt like I was crossing a whole world. And when I got close enough, I could see it. My eyes didn't register it, but I saw her grave there. In my mind, I saw her grave. I walked up to it and kneeled down. "Hey, it's been a while, sis. I know that this isn't the most ideal situation for us to be talking in. I guess maybe it would have been better if I came during the day. But I guess this just felt like it was the right time. 'Cause you know what Suki means and all. Felt fitting, I guess." Things have been kind of stressful. I mean, not kind of. It's been really hard to go on. I feel like it wouldn't be a stretch to say that this past week has been the hardest week of my life to push through. It's really overwhelming. I mean, it's still really overwhelming. Well, the other night I was wondering if it was worth trying to keep pushing through it. Do you remember that day back in 2008? It was the first time Mom and Dad left us alone at home. We were so excited. We were finally real adults, you said. We ended up making a pillow fort on the couch. Mom came home early and couldn't find us anywhere. She was panicking. Remember laughing about that? It was so funny to us at the time. I never told you this, but I didn't sleep that night. I was thinking about her and her panic. I didn't ever stop to consider how awful it would be the moment you realize someone you love more than anything in the world just wasn't there anymore. The other night, I thought about just giving up fully. If nothing was ever real to begin with, could I reach the real world if I just left this one behind? Allison walked into the room. She asked me what was wrong, and I tried to lie, but you know that I can't lie to her. She broke down sobbing immediately. I can't blame her. I'm such an idiot. Because I know how it feels to be absolutely at peace with your life and those you love, and then suddenly you just lose them. You wake up one day and you get a call from Mom. You don't even know when you pick up the receiver that call will change your life forever. And you're about to find out that someone you love more than anything else in the whole wide world is just not there anymore. I stood up and gestured to Allison across the path. I didn't want her to be apart from me anymore. She walked over and hugged me. I miss you, Suki. I miss you so much. I don't know what I'm doing sometimes without you, and I can't believe it. Even all these years later. If you could just go back to the day it all happened and just change one thing. I just want to have said that I loved you. And that I was so grateful for the time I got to spend as your sister. I sobbed into Allison's shoulder, and I heard her begin to cry as well. I just wish that I could see your face one more time. Laugh with you one more time about something that doesn't matter at all. I just wish you would get mad at me one more time for screwing up something on our playset. I just want to go stargazing with you again. I just want to see how far I want you to see how far I've come and tell me that you're proud of me. You don't even know me by my name. Allison held me tighter. I just want to smile with you one more time before I have to say goodbye. I just want to watch you play the piano again, even if your hands were too small to hit the chords in the songs you wanted to play. I don't want to say goodbye. I don't ever want to. I just wish I could tell you how sorry I am. I cried for another 20 minutes. I cried to the skies, praying it would reach my one and only sister, in the true heaven that she no doubt went to. Allison stayed with me the whole time, also crying. She didn't say a word. Neither did I. We just cried together as one. Finally, I wiped off the last few tears in my eyes and let go of Allison. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, Allison. Thank you so much for being in my life. I love you more than anything in the world. Allison wiped away her own tears and smiled at me as more continued to pour out. I would never want to be anywhere else. Not in this world. Not in the real world. Or any. I fell back into her arms, and we hugged each other tight for another few minutes. Not out of sorrow, but out of love. I love you too. Oh my gosh. Ah. One moment. Oh. gosh. Wow. You got me crying. Time to ruin the moment. No. Thanks, Butter. Thank you. I appreciate you. Slash genuine slash anger. Why is your voice acting so good, Lian? That hit deep at something I felt very personally. I guess I was pulling from that moment. It sure is a good thing that Alice is completely real, not fabrication of the Just Breaker. Butter! Shut up! Lovingly, shut up! Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. I'm okay. uh, it was just after midnight when we were finally ready to head back. Should I call for another taxi? Let's wait until we get down the hill. Okay. Thank you, babe. Love you so much, darling. I took her hand again, and we began walking back through the rows of graves. As we passed by the small cabin that served as the operations office, the lamp above us flickered. And when it came back on, 2 figures appeared on the horizon. I recognized them in a matter of seconds. Ah. Oh my gosh. I need a wind down from that. Oh my gosh. That was such a powerful moment. Ah. How is this game free? I should try Saturday X Alice and Yuri at some point. Maddie, I would love to see that. Absolutely. Like, heckin' Saturday and Allison becoming one of my favorite ships ever. Like, it's like, there's, oh, I love them so much. They are so good. The Night of Fright? That's between Space Alice or like Saturday. What? Okay, this song is fun. Just realized I've drawn 2 arts in a row, 2 characters both times, the characters in positions I've never done before. Challenge yourself, Maddie! Every time you try something new, you learn a little bit more and you get better as an artist. Okay, that's a really good track to play. It's just so kinetic. Oh my gosh. Why is the line red? Also, I have to check something. Okay. Need to play one more song first, though. The line is to represent the 1,000 degrees knife that's going to be used on me if I ever bring up the ideas of Allison not being real. Oh my gosh. I love both the arts I've done recently. So anyway, it'd be really tragic if Allison turned out to be fabrication of the Dustbreaker. Heckin' Butter Eyes choosing the genocide route on this chat. Okay. I think I'm mentally recovered. Time for more story. This episode is very long. It is recommended to be prepared before selecting the node. Okay, understood. Yeah, I have like an hour. Alright. This episode contains topics of unreality, depression, childhood trauma, antagonism, confronting oneself, violence, loss, mourning. Words weren't able to escape me. I was stunned speechless. Suki. The woman who stood before me only served to generate endless noise that reverberated through my mind, like a ball bouncing across a small room. Hello. No one really knew what to say. Nothing felt like the right thing to say. On one side stood Dawn, and who I at one point believed to be my sister. And on the other stood myself and Allison. And between us, an infinitely large distance. I come here today to finally tell you the truth about this past year. I'm all ears. Please. Suki sighed. Allison gripped my hand tight. You see, the truth is, back in July, But before she could finish speaking, or even really begin, Dawn cut her off. Saturday, the woman standing before you is not your sister. But you already knew that, didn't you? Suki looked over at Dawn, surprised. What the heck do you think you're... Answer the question, Saturday. I fidgeted. Of course, Dawn was right. But something about her demeanor told me that playing into what she was asking would only lead me to pain. Of course you knew. Then, can you extrapolate who this woman really is? Her true nature? I don't know. Saturday, no. Don't listen to her. Dawn, this wasn't the plan. Hysterical. I suppose I'll have to spell it out for you then. This woman is... Suki jumped forward, attempting to tackle Dawn. But it was to no avail. Her words had already left Dawn's mouth. Suki Tasogare is the World Keeper. Time froze. The World Keeper? Of course, I remembered that name. My antithesis. The one preventing you from reaching the truth. Your enemy. What the heck are you talking about? Don't try to deny it. You claim to want to keep Saturday happy in this fake world, but look at you. The only time you've seen her since July was when you broke into her hotel room and tried to shoot her friend. Suki seemed at a loss for words. Suki, this is all nonsense, right? It's all made up. Tell me it is. Even saying it, I knew it wasn't, but I was desperate. Look at that. Guilty as charged. She doesn't even have the will to fight back. Dawn, you were planning this whole time? Dawn laughed, a cold, methodic laugh, but it held a twinge of sorrow. I'm sorry, Saturday, but this was the only way. We're all here. We can finally become whole again. Without her. You. Suki jumped forward at Dawn, but Dawn reflected her and she fell back to where she was previously. We can finally escape this godforsaken cage. This prison. We don't need you anymore, World Keeper. You're nothing but an obsolete emotion. Dawn turned to me. I had no idea what expression I wore on my face anymore, but it couldn't be described with words. Now, let us leave this detestable fake world behind, Saturday. Let us face reality and return to life as it should be. Together we... Her ramblings were interrupted by the sound of impact. I lunged forward and punched her square in the face. Dawn fell back, a slight bit of blood spurting from her nose. Become whole again! Leave obsolete emotions behind! Do you even listen to yourself? Allison and Suki looked on in shock. But the most surprised of all of us was the woman who seemed so full of confidence just a second prior. You think either of you care about me even a single bit? Because it sure doesn't seem like it. Both of you claim to be doing everything you do for me, but guess what? You don't really seem to know me one bit. Dawn regained her composure and stood herself up. She raised her hand and materialized her pistol, aiming it square at my chest. Another defect cycle, then. So be it. I'll do this as many times as I need to, and you can't do anything to stop me. Because we know we can break Loch S now. The woman laughed maniacally. She looked over at Suki. 8,267? 10,000? 100,000? I'll bring it back to null as many times as I need to. And eventually, you will reject her. You will realize that you do not need Suki Tasagare. I clenched my fist and braced for impact. Then try! Dawn lunged at me. A fatal mistake. She had her gun, but she refused to use it. Why? I suppose it didn't matter for me. I didn't block it. I stood there and watched her draw closer. I am not your doll anymore. From across the path, Suki watched. And finally, something clicked. Dawn? Her humanity regained, even if just slightly. She prays. And the link is established. My mind and hers are one. Like it should be. And in a single moment, Suki lunges forward herself. She reaches out her hand, and... the world freezes. What is this? I stood alone in a world of grayscale. Everyone around me had frozen, yet I could move about, like I had been released from my shackles. Then I noticed something appear in front of me. 3 somethings, to be exact. Are these cycle locks? Then this is... freeze frame. I had never activated it before. Only the Liberator had. But it seemed like I'd activated it just in the nick of time. So this is what it was like for Dawn all those times. I guess then, if I solve this, I might be able to get protagonist out of this situation. She gazed upon the cycle locks. Freeze frame could only last for so long, which meant it was time to get to work. I like how she remains on the screen. Wait, does this play every time the Liberator does that? Oh, that's the... oh my gosh. I love this stunned expression. Oh my god. Alright. Alright. I could unlock middle. Chompsively. 4 double A rank on middle songs in chapter 3. Really? Oh? That's the periodic table. Huh. Okay. Okay. The end is never the end is never the end is out, never the end is never the end. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh right, the line is red because it's a lock. I see, okay. on middle songs in chapter 3. I'm pretty sure I could get that. For Chompsibly. Let's go ahead and try playing one. I remember liking... No, middle... 12 would be too much. 1... Could possibly do that one. We'll do that one. 11 is probably too much for me at the moment. Although maybe, who knows? I haven't tried in a bit. Looks like I have one double A. I could get a couple more. Y'all cute? No, I'm not. I'm not. How dare. I am the only uncute one here. I wonder how much better I've gotten since I played this. Hey, double A! Okay, cool. Okay, so that's one. One more. Wait, this one has a bunch of, like, double notes that I'm having a hard time keeping up with. I thought I messed that up a lot more than I did. Okay, that works. So... that should make it so I can unlock middle, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, well that... I have improved a lot more than I thought I did. Crucifies butter. Allison might be fabrication of the Joe Springer. No, butter, no! Absolutely not. Apparently I have this in the background while making a custom chart for this game. That ought to be confusing if, like, you know, you're listening to, like, other rhythm stuff while trying to make a chart. I don't know how that usually goes. Just like Gabriel Ultrakill. Someday I will play that and know the reference. You know, Lian, if you're not cute, then why are you cute? You've asked me this several times before, and, like, I'm not. You're seeing incorrectly. Left plus right. It's just another simple one? Okay, so... Alright. I believe the last time we saw this, it was literally just counting the dots. Now, the only thing I'm not sure of is if you count the ones that are obviously two dots smushed next to each other. I guess we will do interpretations. Now I have the chart editor's volume up louder in the stream so I can hear it over this. Okay, good. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It is either 11 or 13. On that one. 4, 7, 11, 13, 16, 17. Second one. 3, 6, 8, 12, 15. Either 16 or 17. And 3, 6, 9, 10, 12, 13, or 14. So... Okay. You. 16 AQP M. It is either KQPM or MQQ. N. I feel like I haven't gotten it. That's just gibberish, but we got a troll answer before, so I guess I have to try it. Now, this is obviously periodic table. I feel like the shape is rather apparent. Yeah, okay. So, the smaller numbers, I feel like, must refer to the rows. Row 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. F. Row 7, column 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. I should just do it on here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. H. Skine. Borium. H. Alice. Second Butter Eye is looking to get deleted. Six, 8. Osmium. Um, Actually, I should put this in the same arrangement that they are here. Five, 14. 5. Oh, wait, this has columns. Duh. It's in. Uh, so this is interesting. There isn't a column 23. Hmm. Unless I'm supposed to, like, mod 18 it. Let's try that at first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. 153 mod 18. 17. There wouldn't be anything in that spot. Okay, so I think this whole system breaks down at this point. If I do mod 18 for 68, firstly, mod 16 of this gives me column 1, row 17, which no matter how you interpret that, doesn't really land on anything. It must more so mean, the first column must mean atomic number. I feel like that's the only thing that will kind of fit within that scale. Also, people are saying skying, and I'm not sure what the reference is. Butter might be a fabrication. That would explain a lot. No, the butter is real in our hearts, even if they're being a little gremlin about it. It's science. So if we take the atomic number 2, or no, the atomic number 7, nitrogen. The small number, maybe that's it pointing to the position in the name. So second letter of nitrogen, I. Seventh letter of nitrogen, E. Third letter of vanadium, N. Sixth letter of, or yeah, sixth letter of oxygen, N. Fifth letter of silicon, so C. Science. Oh, that's what y'all are saying. Science. Sign. I understand now. 53. First letter, iodine. And the fourth letter of 68. Fourth letter of erbium, which is an I. So why are these in 2 sets? Then. Science is a 7-letter word. I feel like I'm not quite getting it. You might need an image editor that supports blend modes. Whomst? Really? Well, let's try what we got. That's what I thought. Okay, yeah. So that's come out as gibberish so far. Blend modes. I mean, those are the colors for like the different parts of Saturday Tasagare. We got Saturday, Suki, Dawn, and the Storyteller. Hmm. I seem to be a little stuck. Oh wait, no, there's a sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay, so they're out of order. What happens if you put them in order? 53. I. Um. 7. N is the second one. 23 is the third. That's B. 'em 68 is the fourth. 14 is the fifth. 8 is 6. Inversion. Okay. That worked. That got me a word. All right. So I just need to. Okay. So something inversion. Um. An image editor. They're really gonna have me do this? Time to open up Krita, I suppose. Let's actually get. Let's get with the borders. Okay. This is what Krita looks like? It does. Okay. So. If I. Layer via cut. Layer via cut. And layer via cut. There we go. Alright, so... There we go. I set that to lighten. There we go. Set to lighten. Oh my gosh, really? Uh, uh, uh. Sam? What do you mean? Okay. You really having me breaking out the image editor for this. I'm here for it, though. Okay, so... Fate inversion is what... Okay. Okay! Wow. No space. $12? Oh no. I may perish. Who knows? Maybe I'm better than I think I am. Ouch. Okay. I think that's a bit much for me. I will be practicing that another time. Don't worry, Lian, the song is just a fabrication of the Dustbreaker. You can beat it. Yeah, sure. The problem, Butter, is it may be a fabrication to some, but it's real to me. As long as I'm still, like, they still give me, like, some actual gameplay. I can practice the harder difficulties later. I'm gay. I like to headcanon the storyteller is orchestrating the boss songs in real time. You know what? I like that interpretation. I very much like that. The voice crack from Dawn. Yeah, no, she's like breaking down, breaking character. Lian got demoted one meta layer. I will rise back up. It's okay. It's not forever. Okay, I can move my fingers fast, but I don't know how they expect you to be able to move fast enough to react to that. It's one of those things where it's like reciting music or like playing music or doing things like a lot of it is rehearsal, right? Like in fairness, what I end up like romanticizing and trying to do a lot of times is sight read, but then I don't develop skills to actually like perform like the complex things. And I've seen that I can like if I practice a bunch, I can like rehearse and become really good at playing a song that I already know. You're not meant to actually just sight read everything. So it's less about reaction and more about, you know, learning. All right. A strike, a slash, and then silence. And in the sky, a pistol flies up and disintegrates. Suki stood in front of me, having slashed her scythe just in time to knock Dawn's gun out of her hands. Forcing her to confront the truth like this isn't going to help her at all, you moron. Dawn, once again caught off guard, laughs, but in a clearly trembling voice. You idiot. Saturday, I hope you only realize that this woman is helping you because her mortal nemesis is threatening you. I stood behind Suki, too shocked at what had just happened to say much of anything, but I regained composure and clenched my fist. Yeah, you're right. I'm not scared to admit it. We're fragmented, incapable of acting unless it falls in line with our reason for existing. Suki looked up solemnly. Even still, I've got enough humanity in me to realize something. Pushing Saturday either which way isn't going to fix her. Suki? Sorry, Saturday. There's still so much you don't know. You don't realize how much you truly lie at the center of everything that's happened. I think I've been able to intuit that, even if just a bit. Suki turned back to look at Dawn. Come on, Dawn. There's no need for us to fight pointlessly like this. We can't become whole again unless all of us are in there. Dawn, clearly defeated, sighed. Suki offered a hand to help her stand after she'd fallen down from the impact of Suki's attack. Dagnabbit. You... She lifted her arm up and grabbed Suki's hand. Are hysterically stupid. What? In an instant, a large flash of light blinded everyone in the vicinity. Dawn stood herself up and laughed at all of us. Suki was flung backwards and landed next to me. You're hilarious, World Keeper. And you think you have one up on me? You have some one up on me? Some advantage? Did you forget what we are? What the heck are you going on about? What did you do? We're two sides of the same coin, World Keeper. You think I can't predict exactly what you're going to try to do? Are you saying... No, you couldn't have. You synchronized yourself with Layer 1 to intervene, didn't you? No. How the heck did you... Dawn laughed. Her pistol materialized in her hands again. Guess what? You weren't the only one who synchronized. I turned to look at Suki. I have to admit, I'm barely following what's going on, but... Are you saying that she has the same powers as you now? Suki grit her teeth. Regrettably, yes. I should have realized she'd see through it. Now, World Keeper, do you remember what we represent? Dagnabbit! Say it! Explain it to her. This time, you're going to be the one to confess the truth. She pointed her gun at Suki. Suki, what is she talking about? Liberator! Suki threw her scythe to the ground. Dawn smiled and lowered her pistol. He and I are not whole beings. We are a part of you. Specifically, the ideas of fight and flight brought to life. Huh? What? Huh? This entire time, she's been guiding you to the truth, leading you along a breadcrumb trail, to building your desire to find the truth, no matter the cost. Strengthening the ideal she represents. Dawn laughed. And so you did. You followed the trail and found the truth. The truth that your sister has been dead for over a decade, and the girl in front of you is just a sad, sad reflection of yourself. And at the very end, she brought us both here, under the guise of a plan she never intended to follow through. And exposed my identity before your very eyes, tipping any last favor you might have had for me right over. Exactly! 1,000 points to Team World Keeper. We're both synchronized to Layer 1 right now, but you're not as good as helpless against me. I couldn't understand what was happening anymore, but I could gather this much. Giving in to my confusion and sorrows now is exactly what the antagonistic woman in front of me wanted. I held myself together. Now, I'm sorry, but our little jamboree has come to an end. You jerk, don't lay a hand on them! It's far too late for prayers now. Dawn disappeared from the environment and rematerialized behind Allison, who had been too stunned to speak since Suki had first arrived. She delivered a roundhouse kick, toppling Allison over and knocking her out. How dare! Allison! I rushed over to get her up and glared at Dawn. All coherent thought had vanished. I rushed forward in a blind rage. Dawn found this amusing and laughed. Time for payback. Dawn delivered a punch to my solar plexus, and I fell to the ground like a puppet with his strings cut. But there was nothing I could do, and my consciousness faded, leaving only the shattered being standing, and myself watching. Now then, World Keeper, we could do this the easy way or the hard way. We'll only have a moment to act. Prepare yourself. Suki laughed. There was nothing she could do. Just about. Looks like you've finally come to your senses. Dawn raised her pistol again and pointed it at Suki's chest. Good night, Saturday. Now! A large blast of light fills the area once more. What? No! Dawn and Suki freeze in place, and a new figure melts into the environment as the world turns gray once more. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. I walked over to where the protagonist lay and picked her up. The color returned to her, but she remained unconscious. I'm so sorry. I set Saturday down on the ground momentarily, then held my hand out. A fissure in the fabric of the narrative was created, and on the other side, a layer above. It's time for you to learn everything, Saturday. I picked her up once more and carried her through the crack in reality. Yay. Fun fact, Rachel, if you missed the double bumpers there, you'd cycle reset and your save would be wiped. What? No! What? That is so rude! What do you mean? Huh. I heard a voice from somewhere. Can't sleep. Forever. You know? Is someone encouraging me to wake up? I think I'd like to wake up. This dream is horrible. I opened my eyes and saw an unfamiliar figure standing over me. You're... Hey, good to see you're finally up. I rubbed my forehead in pain. Where is this? It's complicated. Don't rush yourself getting up. I mean, I know I just said you can't sleep forever, but, like, you can. But you shouldn't. The figure in front of me bore a striking resemblance to myself, but she lacked color in almost every aspect of her figure. Are you also another me? Like those two? In a sense, yes. But I'm not quite like them. For a name, I guess storyteller works. Storyteller. Ah. My head clearing up a bit, I stood up. We appeared to be in some kind of bedroom. What is this place? This doesn't look like anywhere close to the graveyard. Between space. Layer 1. Dawn's inner layer hideout. She isn't using it right now, so I repurposed it to give you a place to rest. Between, huh? Yeah, sorry. This is kinda hard to explain. I guess, to make a long story short, you know that world you've lived in is a simulated layer created by the Duskbreaker, right? Yeah. Trust me, I'm well aware. So as far as you're concerned, there's 2 layers involved in all this, right? The real world you and your friends came from, and the simulated world you've been living in? Yeah, more or less. Is this still in the simulated world? Well, kind of. There's actually 4 layers at play here. Those who can travel between them, which, to be fair, is just me, Suki, and Dawn. Further them is layers 0, 1, 2, and 3. I scratched my head. I think I remember Dawn saying something about layer 1 when she tricked Suki and knocked us all out. She did, yes. For all intents and purposes, when we talk about the simulated world the Duskbreaker creates, we're referring to layer 0. It and layer 3 are the only actual layers. My head slightly hurt, but I generally understood what she was saying. So then, the simulated world is layer 0, and then the real world is layer 3? Then what about layer 1 and 2? Good question. Right now, we're on 1. I don't think I have to explain that 1 and 2 are between 0 and 3. So these 2 layers, even though they aren't actually world layers, are referred to as layers 1 and 2 for simplicity's sake. Wait, so we're in between world layers? Is that even possible? If it wasn't, we wouldn't be here right now, would we? I guess that's true. Lian nearly saying I hink in that line. I was deciding whether I wanted to or not. I have no idea if that is a fact, is true or not, but the game director said it once, and people surely never joke about things. That would be so rude, though. I mean, like, getting back to this point would be pretty quick, but, like, it would be so rude. Oh my gosh. It was a lot to take in, but it was more digestible since I'd already known for some time now about the whole simulated world thing. In general terms, this place is a void of thoughts and memories. We call it between space, since it's, well, in the space between worlds. Between space, huh. I sat in silence, taking everything in for a little while. Storyteller sat in a chair that assumedly was usually used by Dawn. I'm sorry. There's still one thing I'm lost on. Why am I here? What happened to Allison, Tsuki, or Dawn? Are they okay? Storyteller laughed lightly. What? What's so funny? Nothing. It's just caring about Dawn even though she clearly tried to sabotage you. You really are different from how I was. How you were? It'll be easier to explain as we go along. Basically, the entire world of Layer Zero is frozen in time right now. Wait, but wouldn't Dawn and Suki still be able to move around? They're, synchronized to Layer 1, I think Dawn said. Good observation. We don't have to worry about that, because you and I aren't synchronized at Layer 1. We're synchronized at Layer 2. Huh? Storyteller stood up. Ever since the Duskbreaker was first turned on, we were all stuck down in this world. I've been watching and waiting for this opportunity. You weren't aware of this, but your life has looped many times now. Every time, you get a different degree of close to the truth. And every time, something happens to reset the story. And the memories of you and everyone else on Layer 0. Are you kidding? How long has it been? 8,266 cycles. But don't worry. I know what you're thinking. It's still around 2022 in Layer 3. How the heck does that work? This is getting to be a bit much to comprehend. I need to be honest. Yeah, I don't blame you. Tell you what. Storyteller opened the door into what looked like a purple temple. Scattered across Layer 1 are various information logs, which I had set up for a previous step of the plan. When you're ready, go take a look at those. They'll explain a fair bit, and when you're done, come talk to me in the south of the area of the Purple Temple. I'll tell you what we have to do. Okay, I think I can do that. Alright, and seriously, there's no rush. Please don't push yourself. You'd only be strengthening Dawn if you do. Right. Storyteller left the room, and I flopped my head back on the pillow on Dawn's bed. Everything felt so insane, but what surprised me more than anything was how well I was holding myself together. I won't falter anymore. I didn't know the full extent of what Dawn had wanted to accomplish, but I knew it wasn't good. And if I had a chance at stopping it, no matter the cost, I would give it a shot. Oh my gosh! So, right, I had this thought earlier, and I was like, I don't know if I should actually say it or not, but I was like, was the character we were playing the storyteller? Yeah, these are the same logs. Pixel Saturday! Oh my gosh. Oh. I am continuously blown away by this game. And like, a lot of what's going on here is like, it feels real to the plural experience. Because sometimes headmates get it in their head that like, they mean to be a certain thing, that they have to be a certain thing. And it's not immutable. I have recently had developments of a couple of the headmates, like, figuring out, like, who they wanted to be outside of everything we had experienced. It's taken some time, but we've come to learn that we don't have to just be the circumstances that created us. That was her! Oh my gosh. Hey, I think I'm ready. Ah, are you holding up okay? I understand it can be a lot. Yeah, I think I'm fine, honestly. I wish I learned most of these things through here instead of just being forced to confront them by Dawn. Yeah, Dawn isn't the most understanding, or understanding at all, on account of that she lacks actual humanity. Why does she? It seemed like Suki got back her humanity. Does Dawn not realize that she doesn't have to do all this? Once again, I'm glad I'm bribed DC members to vote for this game. Oh, I'm so glad you did, like, pulling the strings. I'm very thankful to be playing this game. I mean, I was going to eventually anyway, but like, oh, I am floored because like, yeah, they aren't explicitly saying like, oh yeah, we're headmates. Like, short of like going to like facing the camera and saying this is a plural story, but it's like I relate to so much of it. Storyteller has the default character customization. I think she does, but she doesn't care. Or, more accurately, she can't let herself care. Dawn represents unchecked, dangerous determination, right? So if she let herself care, she would be throwing away all the effort she's been putting into escape since Cycle 1. That's really sad. Yeah, it is. I looked behind Storyteller. So, what exactly are we doing here? It seems to be a dead end. Ah, right. So you've just explored Layer 1 of Between Space, right? Yes? I'm going to open up a crack in the world to allow us to reach Layer 2. Suki and Dawn have never been able to reach it, and it's where I've spent all this time trapped. What's in Layer 2 that's important for us? The key to escaping the Dustbreaker once and for all. What? For real? It's been in there from the very start, but I'm not able to access it. At least 2 of the 4 shattered pieces of ourselves need to be there. I don't know why. Okay, I get it. Okay, now let's go. Alright, grab onto the ledge there. It's going to shake a bit. I watched as the storyteller extended her hand like she was casting magic, and a fissure in the air appeared out of nowhere. The ground shook and then stopped shaking. In we go then? We emerged from the portal into darkness. Is it usually this dark in here? Yeah, sorry. I don't like having the lights on. Dang, you really are me. Storyteller laughed. Through the door through the door up there is the Dustbreaker's core. It's where we need to go. Right. But it's locked behind 3 gate control switches. Neither of us are able to press them unless the other is present. The Duskbreaker is very, very strict about permissions. Ah, okay. Got it. Let's work together to get through then. Sounds like a plan to me. Oh my gosh. What the heck? So we can talk about how cute Storyteller is. Storyteller is absolutely adorable. I love her. Okay. I feel like this is gonna be like in a giant, like, other exploration. And like, oh, I'm here for it. Oh gosh. This game is absolutely astounding. And like, y'all wanna know one secret? I'm gonna switch to this. The game becomes a horror game and vibes for a moment. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Between Space, the back rooms. I'm gonna leave that running for a bit. But, so, like, Maddie mentioned something about, like, oh, why is your voice acting so good? And, like, I don't know how good my voice acting actually is. But, like, you want to know one thing I have been doing with different voices? Is I have been letting... There's 3 of us in here, right? There's 3 of us in this little noodle. I'm hesitant to give names because then it would make people able to find them easier on social media, which I kind of want to let them have their privacy. But like, different headmates handle voicing different characters. Like, and like sometimes they join up in unison for some characters. And that's how I like kind of like switch between them. And like, I feel like I do a halfway decent job at that. Tomorrow I may draw Yuri. Oh, Maddie, I'll be so excited to see what you do if you're doing Saturday and Allison. So good. I love those two so much. Wow, the voice acting is a collective effort from the council? It is. It is. So, like, the collection of all of us put ourselves behind Saturday, and then there's one that, like, is a little, like, more so the gremlin land, the one that likes to do the little, like, laugh, that is managing Allison. And then I have, the protector one is managing characters like Dawn and Aerie. You know? And the softer headmate just took over for a storyteller. It seemed appropriate. Each person is like volunteering for certain roles. It's kind of awesome. All three of you are cute. No, we're not. What the heck? Oh gosh. Alright, that's gonna be it for today though. I'm seeing the time. I'm gonna need to start getting ready for raid. I'm gonna be doing soon. So I'm gonna take some time to prepare for that. And then we're gonna be doing more Vivid Stasis on Wednesday. The next stream is gonna be Tuesday for Omori. Y'all come back same time, same place for more gay girls narrating gay stories. Thank y'all so much for dropping by. Y'all have a good one. Take care. Down.